Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
This keeps happening to me. I keep forgetting to unmute. Maybe I should macro that. I have a toggle for my mute button, and it has there's an automatic switch to from the from all these screens to the others. So maybe I should just have a macro automatically unmute me, so I don't have to remember to do it myself. Anyway, yeah. So welcome in. Hi, Goku. Yeah, so we're picking back up on some work on the content browser. Do I have a cube generated? I guess I don't know what you mean. We have 3D graphics, so I can do a cube if I want. But the things that we're working on is scene files, and right now I don't have 3D model components. I've got sprite components. I would have to hard code cubes, but that's certainly easy to do. But anyway, last stream we got this set up. It took about a little under 4 hours. We started with nothing. We wound up with this. Basically just a way to dynamically resize this columns table. We'll get there. The reason why I'm not focusing so much on that right now is because my intention is to build a framework in which you can add any component type that you want. And I don't see any use in making proprietary components. So even this 2D sprite component is ad hoc. It's something that I've only added for the sake of testing the API. I'm not even committing changes to it. But we'll get there. Basically, it's just triangles, and instead of doing 2 triangles per quad, we just do 2 per each side. Where's the square plane? I guess I don't understand what you're asking. These are all quads. And you can, inside the inspector, if we select one, which I think sprite 1 is this link guy here, or it's Madeline over here, you can change the scale of the quad, make it however big or small you want. But yeah, let's make a list of things that we want to get done. All right. Which is a slightly pretty large font. So probably, yeah, you made Discord. I did. I succumbed to peer pressure. Right now it's pretty much just you and 2 other guys if you were to join. But I think that as people pop into the stream, they may start joining, and you might have a place to discuss things. But yeah, please feel free to join. Sweet. If you click on the Discord button in the About section, you should be able to join. And I'll spot you when you get in there. But yeah, so we've got double clicking on the folders working. Double clicking should do a general action that opens up a item. I'm gonna hold off on like renaming for the moment. That is being able to rename files directly from this browser. Awesome, welcome in, Goku. I think Discord silences things when I'm using OBS, but yeah, awesome. Hello. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I guess for the sake of just so that I'm not having to look at these stupid icon substitutes, I'm just gonna go ahead and quickly add a generic file icon. I'm not sure that I'm a fan of these folder icons, but it's a placeholder. We should be able to double click on scene files. And so when we're inside of the content directory, we would just say double click on test 2D scene, and it would open up in the scene viewer. That would be something. For the sake of the sprite component, which is something that we were working on before, just to be able to demonstrate that this is a functional API, and actually to develop the API around it, we should probably add a ability to drag and drop files into the inspector. And actually, for that matter, you can do drag and drop to scene view. So that way, if you drag and drop a scene into the scene view, then it'll open it up. Like Blender, like that square Blender. I'm not a huge Blender user myself. I've installed it to do little tweaks on 3D files I find online, but I'm not a 3D artist. So I'm not really sure if you're talking about like maybe like a Blender 3D object or something like that. Like that square Blender you said. Blender plane. Oh, okay. Yeah, a Blender plane. Hang on a second. I do have Blender installed. I'm just not really. I barely know how to fire it up and make and delete things that don't belong in objects. But yeah, if you do a what's it right click and then add, or hang on a second. Or is it a single click, or I can't remember. If you go to add an object. Yeah, you see what I mean. I don't really know the first thing about using Blender. I just have it installed for a few things. Object mode maybe. I know that there's a thing, a quick key that's supposed to be used. When I thought it was space, but when I press space, it does the timeline for some reason. Depth surface. Okay, well, I figured out how to add a cube, but whatever. Yeah, the which the cube relies on. Yeah, the is it a sub node of the cube? It doesn't look like it. It kind of looks like the cube is its own thing. But yeah, basically the a plane is just two triangles. In fact, it's a little funny because back in the OG OpenGL days, like in early 3D graphics, quads were considered a primitive. But as time went on, GPU manufacturers realized that they could just optimize the hell out of triangles, and then when you wanted to do quads, you would just do two triangles. Because triangles are the fundamental primitive for 3D surfaces. Anything that you can do with voxels or with points or with any other representation can be approximated with triangles, and triangles are the smallest plane you can describe, or the simplest plane you can describe. Yeah, so for these are just two triangles, but with a texture on them. It would be helpful if you had a quad engine. Well, these are quads that you're looking at, to be clear. And whenever we draw a text or anything else in the scene, those are also quads. Quads are everywhere. If we go to the, like Diran GUI has a ability to show where all the quads are. If we go to where is it? Tools. Can't quite remember where they do it, but they have the ability to actually just show you where all the quads are. Like, so there's a quad going over. Every time I draw the scene, I do a quad. I'm rendering a quad with the frame buffer texture on it. Every time there's characters, all these little things that are highlighting in yellow as I mouse over, those are all quads. So yeah, quads are useful. They're already in here. It's just that when you go to create a scene, we haven't gotten to the point where we're going to be importing models from Blender or something like that. That's going to be a back burner item, to be clear. I think that for getting started, I think the first games made out of Enterprise are going to be 2D. So we're going to be dealing with sprites only, which means that they're just going to be quads, and you only supply the textures, and the engine handles the quads. Yeah, anyway, getting sidetracked. Trying to think of other things I want to add to the inspector. 2D, yeah. Like, I'm using a 3D camera but it's meant to be like a generalist engine, so you can do 2D or 3D. Eventually, we'll add camera controls that'll make this a little bit nicer. But yeah, we'll get to 3D. And to be clear, there's a place for 3D things in 2D games. You don't have to look very far to find. I was playing Link to the Past this morning, and they literally used the 3D graphics chip to do those little crystal spinnies, and a couple of other 3D effects in that game. As far back as 1991. So yeah, you can do 3D things in 2D games totally, and that's absolutely normal. But yeah, I guess we'll start with the basics. Once I've gotten these three things, the ability to open up scene files from the content browser, the ability to drag and drop files into the inspector and get their paths, I can start changing up which PNG files are going to be loaded and used as sprite textures. And that'll give us an opening through which a renderer can do more robust things, like you can pass in sprite sheets, and then the renderer system will be able to break that down and do animations out of them just by passing in a texture. So yeah, once we've got these two things, actually, then we're actually off to a very good start, and we can start using it to work on more robust systems, and everything else is just kind of polish. Break it down for me. Yeah, you're welcome to take a look at the source code, by the way, if you weren't aware. You can go to GitHub and take a look at it. But right now not looking at the source code. Yeah, right now it's basically a framework in which you can create game states, which is actually the game code. So when I go to hit play, this is actually the shipping game code, which is basically just a scene viewer. This is the game code that runs when you're running your game. You can build a game that runs dynamically, so it's soon to be hot reloadable, but the framework is there where it loads the game as a game module, and you can play it inside of its own thing. And then you can build the standalone, which is literally an exe where everything is all in one. You don't need DLLs, you don't need anything else. You throw it on a computer and it works with whatever content files that you want to use. Except for I didn't build it before I hit debug, so it took a moment, and then you can play the game. So it's all kind of plug and play at the moment. If you can, yeah. So there's not a shipping build, I'm afraid. You're welcome to clone and build the engine yourself. It's just that until we get to the point where we can actually generate a build system from the editor, it's not really at a point where I can just distribute an exe, right? In fact, not a lot of engines even do it that way. Sometimes engines are just libraries. But yeah, this engine is to give you kind of a preview. In program files, I periodically will test the install of Enterprise. So basically, this is the inside of the installation. We've got the editor itself. We've got the launcher. I think this is still builds and runs, but it has way fewer features because I haven't got it to be stable yet. You have a launcher, which loads a game project, and in this case, I'm just launching it directly, so I get the message that says, "Hey, you got to specify a project." That's normally launched from your IDE. You got the engine library, which actually has all of the low-level engine code that's used by all of the projects. And then you got a bunch of include files for, these are the actual headers that you use in your source code when you're building a game. And then there's dependencies, and then there's content, which has got stuff like the font that we use in the editor. Yeah. So it's we'll get to the point where we can actually distribute this with an installer, but we're not nearly there yet. But anyway, let's grab a generic file icon. I don't really care too much what it looks like. I just want to have something to throw in the engine, and then I can play with it later. That looks pretty good. I want it to be filled though. You probably just, yeah, screw it. I'll just do one in Illustrator. Yeah, coding a cube, it's a very good starting point. When I was first getting started with 3D graphics, the original things that I would do would be a bunch of cubes all over the place, and it was basically just a cube viewer, and that was huge for me to be able to figure out how to do that, because in order to do that, you actually have to cross a whole lot of other bridges, right? You have to cross the OpenGL, getting started with OpenGL, creating a context and all of that. And then you have to learn the 3D math, how matrices work, and how matrix multiplication, is, ordered and additive and things like that. Yeah. So I'm just going to quickly whip up a little PNG icon, because the first couple of searches that I found, I came across line drawings, but they all are transparent in the middle. So we'll just start one here. And let me get rid of that other artboard. Where's my delete trash button? There we go. All right, cool. We got one artboard, 512, and we'll do a rectangle. I don't actually remember what the I'm just gonna do it the size of a notebook paper. I'm gonna say in 1/2 by 11. So 8.5, literally 8.5 pixels by 11 pixels at first, and then I'll just scale it up to match the thing. I know the math is easy for, yeah, that's good. That's nice. When I was getting started, I hadn't even taken a calculus class. I was so young. So it was like a huge first step for me, but maybe it was a smaller step for you. Hey person med, welcome. Glad to see some faces come in. We are, I'm just currently whipping up a quick icon for use inside of the content browser for files, for generic files. We'll eventually need to do Madness knows no bounds. What did you do? What did you do? Oh, did you do some protective stuff? That's good. What have you done? What's new? I'll want to do a little triangle. So let me edit, or go to object. Added alignment lines to your UI stuff. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, thinking about being able to work with geometry when you're doing graphics stuff is pretty important. Case in point, what I'm doing right now. Path. Oh, what's the? I know there's an option for adding path. Add anchor points. That's what I'm looking for. And then I can go into here and grab the 1 anchor point, delete it, grab these 2 anchor points, and gone up to 1,000 lines total. Okay, cool. That's sounds like you've put in quite a bit of work. I wonder what my engine is up to at this point. I'm sure I'm in the single-digit thousands. I'm probably not. Probably not super far more than that. And you've been making commits? Nice. Yeah, doing commits for each little thing, so you can roll back the changes in case there's a problem. That's good. That's good to have it to fall into. Just doing a quick little bit of mathematics. Okay, 29 pixels, so we'll do, wait. That's this x coordinate. Oh, because it's got the px in it. And then 256 is the metal. Minus 256. So 197 plus 256. Wait, no, 197 divided by 2 times 56. Right, so 98. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And you added a broken animation. Wow, that's cool. Animations are fun. It's gives you a little bit of life in your projects. How did you do the animation, or what does it look like? Post it in the Discord and we can take a look at it. Blame Microsoft for the brokenness. I always do. Kidding, only a little bit. Oh, this is just 128. Yeah, I don't know why I needed the calculator for that. All right, cool. So now we got a little page thing, and if I was to add a couple of lines, anchor. Let me just intersect these, and then change this up. And then I can take, oops, then I can take these two lines. Actually, I can take these 2 points and then join them. Oops. That, and I'll have to make this locked so I'm not accidentally selecting it. Oh, I locked the whole layer. Whoops. Just the one to lock the one path. And then right click and say join. And now they've got a little corner. All right, cool. That didn't take too long. Let's export it. Well, let's make sure that it's all filled. Fill it with white. And then we'll do stroke is always black and it's always 8 pixels. And I'll send this to the back. Or actually, I'll need to send it. That's annoying. It's cutting off half the line. Oh, I'm gonna fix that anyway. Let me do that. I don't seem to get notifications. Let me disable streamer mode. That way, if somebody messages, I can see inside of here. Oops. Can you dock, please? There we go. And then the last touches, we're gonna take the stroke. Yeah, go ahead and post it in. If you want, you can post it in the show off if you're thinking that it's something you want people to take a look at. But yeah, general chat's fine. It's not a it's a very new Discord, and I've never moderated a Discord before, so I don't really care too much about the rules. I just wanted to be super explicit about like no white supremacy in my Discord and things. those are the only things I've cared about so far. I need the line to go across there. Oh, I think I know what's going wrong. I haven't. Yeah, these lines aren't joined. Okay, there we go. And then I can do on this stroke, I'll do it inside the bounds. I'll make that a little bit. Make that a little bit bigger. Oh, that's annoying. Huh. I hadn't thought of it this way, but apparently, if I go to do a line, I actually hadn't considered this before, but this is actually not, strictly speaking, a triangle. Because if it were, yeah, this is a triangle going straight down from the corner, but there's that little lip there where it should just be going straight up. Whatever, this is a temporary file. This is good enough. We'll save it, file icon, and then we will export it. File, export for screens. That guy, PNG scale should be the 512 size. Temporary until you forget to update it, and it ends up becoming permanent. Yeah, but that's how I use source control though. Is that like I'll do the temporary things and intentionally not commit them, and then that's how I know for sure that they were intended to be temporary or work in progress. But yeah, I getcha. We'll get to doing better icons. I'm not myself a graphics designer, so like I'm not gonna do that on stream. But I will probably spend some time doing it offline. Yeah, this is probably a fine location. Export, artboard. Cool. Artboard 1, call that file icon. Confirm it has what we want in it. Oh, the background is not transparent. Export for screens. Yeah, background color needs to be transparent. Okay. Delete the old one. File icon. Open it. Yeah, it's looking good. Got it. Put it in the content editor. Content. Here we go. So now it's available for use inside of my file system. And then we'll just quickly whip up the icon. Whoops. So we're going to the content.cpp. This is where we do the other. And then I will have a second texture handle for the icon. Put the animation in the Discord too. Nice. Let's take a look at that actually. Gonna show you off a little bit on stream. Nice, with the cycling window color too, yeah. Nice, that's pretty dope. All right, back to it. Cool. So I'm adding another texture handle inside of the initialization function. Cycling window color is unrelated. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that you had set up an application that does that for your DWM. Still really cool though, every time I see it. Yeah, so in the initialization of the content view, we're gonna load up the texture for the icon. And this will be the icon text. We'll set it equal to the return value of EP graphics load texture. And we're using the virtual file system here, so I say EC, and this will pull from wherever the editor content folder is. And this will be file icon.png. And I'll just use linear for all the filters. Okay, like that. And now we've got a texture that we can use for the file icons. To think it's that easy to toss an iffy window animations with a single function call. Yeah. Yeah, great APIs allow you to do great things in a few lines of code. And then instead of, yeah, so here's where we're making the difference. Previously, I was doing an icon button depending on whether is folder is true. And I would either do an image button or do a blank button with the text icon in it. I am going to do this a little differently now. I will get rid of the if statement. I will do the same thing as before. We push the button color as 0, so it's a transparent background on the button, and then we will do a ternary statement on this guy. And I think I can do it right inside of here. So if it is a folder, we'll use the folder text. Otherwise, we'll use the icon text. And then everything else is the same. We use the same dimensions. We have to flip the UVs because ImGui does upside down compared to what I do. And yeah, all right, sweet. Let's run that and see how it goes. There we go, easy. Look at that. So we've got a file icon thing going on. There's a couple of problems with it. You'll notice that, like, as I zoom in, there's a little white border around the trim. That's because we're at certain resolutions, we're linearly interpolating with the colors on the outside. It's actually getting a little bit of the color outside of the bounds of the image while it's fading to transparency, and the transparency and the outer color, those are going at different rates, technically speaking, because of the fact that we store values in sRGB space. That's a thing that we're just going to put up with for now. But cool, we've got icons for files and we got icons for folders, and we're just going to start there. Eventually we'll have a system by which that will do custom icons or custom previews depending on the asset. But awesome. Now, let's see if we can get the scene files to open when you double click. Let me check that first item off the list. Oops. You're here using ImGui while I'm here creating my own UI system. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like everybody should be using ImGui. I just chose to use ImGui because this is not the thing I want to spend the most time on. I want to spend the most time on doing cool things that'll show up in a game. But yeah, having your own UI system can be very helpful. I don't think ImGui can even be used with C. Actually, yes, it can. That's actually one of the biggest perks of ImGui. If we take a look at imgui.h, I believe everything is handled in C style API, so you can use it. Pretty sure. Like, it is compiled in C++ 11, you're right. Or in at least C++ 11, but I'm pretty sure that all their exports are extern C. Oh, maybe they're not. Huh. I totally thought that they were using extern C on all their symbols, so that way it would not be mangled by the C++ compiler, and then you can use it in C, but maybe not. Huh. Okay, I guess you do have to use C++, but it probably wouldn't be too much work for converting this into a C-style API, especially because all of the API calls avoid C++ objects. So you probably just literally mod it by going in and saying define ImGui API as extern C, and do it like that. DLL import export is C. how you. Oops, I closed my my VS Code session. How you import export symbols from a DLL file. Yeah, that's actually not C, I don't think. I think that the DeclSpec stuff, that's technically a compiler intrinsic. So that's something that you would do on MSVC, but it's actually not part of the C or C++ language, if I'm remembering correctly. Right? This is an extension. Yeah, it's also available in C, you're right. But yeah, if you don't use... if you compile the IMGUI code in C++ though, and you don't use extern C, then it'll be name angled, so you wouldn't be able to load it easily in C code. All right, I'm thinking through how I want to handle the double clicking, because I could just hard code scene files to double click, and I probably will. But thinking in bigger terms, in API terms, I also need the ability to click on every other kind of file, right? To be able to open any other kind of file in the correct editor. And this includes custom editors. So if you have your own custom configuration file and you make your own custom editor inside of Enterprise for it, you want to be able to double click it and then have it open that editor. So I'm trying to think of a generic way that we could handle that. We could use the event system. So for example, down here when we go to double click on, when we handle the double clicking, here we go. If is folder, if is item active and is mouse double clicked, we do that. If we were to do similar code for every other file, but instead of changing up which file is displaying, we instead just do EP events. Oh, I need that header, but anyway, if we were to just do when you double click on the file, EP events dispatch, and pass in like file open like that, and then pass out the path, which right now is stored as current path, or no, it's stored as file.path.u8 string. Like, we could just do that and then pass the responsibility to an event handler. That would be one way to do it. The one downside I can think of is that this pollutes the event's namespace a little bit. It means that you wouldn't be able to specify your own file open event. Nope, IMGUI has const expression, which will be added in C++23. In C23, sorry, not C++23. Yeah, const expression is obviously C++ only right now. But, and that would be in the headers too, huh? So you wouldn't be able to, yeah. Let me look at the thing you just sent in. Oh, that was somebody else sent me something. Yeah, so if it's in the headers, then yeah, that's a problem for const expression. Well, shoot, I thought it was C compatible because it compiles in C++, but they made like a big effort of like doing like a C style API where you're passing pointers all over the place, and yeah. Already in the top of the headers, there's a macro pointing to IMGUI. Oh yeah, well, that's too bad. I always thought that it was, but I guess I just didn't look too hard into it. Oh wait, what am I saying? I'm always using the IMGUI namespace. Yeah, so that's yeah, obviously the headers aren't compatible. But surely there's got to be somebody out there who's done a port for it. Like you can find IMGUI and IMGUI libraries in like C# and a whole bunch of other languages. Let's take a look at Renderer 2D real quick. At its initialization function. I'm thinking of like how this would look to a user. So a really powerful thing to do when you're making an API is to just write some pseudocode that uses the API you want and then figure out how to implement it. Heard of a Lua script to convert it to be C compatible? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'd be interested to see how that works. I am skeptical always whenever I see a system say, oh, we'll just convert the language for you, if it's not a language that's designed to be converted to another language. But if it's specifically designed for IMGUI, that'd be interesting. I'd love to see that. Yeah, so the way that we currently interact with the editor when we're making a system is we have calls inside of the Renderer 2D system. Sorry, inside of the initialization call. So in here we have a whole bunch of setup stuff that's proprietary for this specific system. But then we also make a call to register scene draw, which tells us that we want to have a callback occur every time we go to draw the scene, which can be multiple times a frame, depending on your game. And then we register the component type to say, hey, Enterprise, I have a sprite component. Here's all the stuff you need to serialize it, and so on. And then this thing here, which we've been working on, the last couple of streams. The register component inspector, which basically just pass in the function that we use to draw its custom inspector. If we were to try and add custom support for a file, that might look something like this. And then we like pass in the extension or whatever. And maybe that's where we specify the custom icon and how we handle the response. I've converted by hand the Microsoft Direct Write headers to work in C. Oh, really? That's fun. Yeah. A lot of the Microsoft stuff, though, is kind of written in low level to begin with, aren't they? I've never used Direct Write, but... Yeah, hang on. Why did you have to convert it? Direct Write? Is that related to the other Direct APIs? The other Direct 3D and so on? Direct 2D. Yeah. Stuff to do with the text rendering, yeah. I'm just taking this thought experiment to its logical conclusion. So we could register an editor, and then when you double click on that file, it will open with the appropriate editor. And we would say like on PNG editor, right, and pass in a function to be called. That seems really simple and elegant, actually. I like that a lot. If we were to do events, it would be something similar to EP events. subscribe. Then we pass in the file open type, and then pass it, and then do a reference to an event handler, which would be possible to do by a Lambda, but you'd probably actually do it as a standalone function. Still comparing const string pointer to string literal and works period. Yeah. In C, I mean, C is not type safe, so that's probably, that's probably par for the course. But yeah, I would say that it's probably better to actually confirm that that you're using the same type when you do the comparison, instead of actually checking the address, because you never know. So yeah, whichever works. In some sense, there's no wrong answers until you find a reason why it's wrong. Like if you find a situation where in your use case it breaks, then that's when it's a problem, instead of because somebody on the internet said so. Yeah, I think obviously this register component inspector is much cleaner code. If it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid. Yeah, you can find exceptions even to that rule, I suppose, if you think about it. There's all kinds of stupid ideas that still work for no good reason. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to do a register file editor. And then inside of the content browser, when you double click on a file, it'll get the extension and then invoke the appropriate file editor. That sounds good to me. So by default, we will handle scene files using a .ep scene file editor. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I remember once a while ago I was relying on undefined behavior of a Win32 call on a project. I'm assuming that you've got another message to follow up on that one, so I'm not responding immediately. Undefined behavior is bad in the general sense, but people historically have used it to great effect. Like, yeah. You think? Well, I don't. Yeah, with like I was reading Game Engine Architecture a little while back. There's a big old textbook on Game Engine Architecture that's just great. But one of the things that it talks about is how people used to do type punning using unions, and people still do type punning with unions. And this is a very modern book with it was updated like a year before I bought it. So it's a very modern, up-to-date book, but it still talks about here's how you do type punning using unions, and it's not correct. It's literally undefined behavior, and in fact, some compilers now don't even let you do type punning using unions, and there's better ways to do it. You can do a reinterpret cast. You can do what's it called? In SD, I think it's in C++20. You can do literally a bit cast. Type what? Type punning. Type punning is a thing type-safe languages sometimes have to do. It's where you take a block of data and you change what type it is at runtime. It's this. Yeah, it subverts or circumvents the type system. Basically, you have instead the program, like when you're working with the compiler has this idea of what type a data is. You're telling the compiler, no, you're wrong. It's not that kind of data. It's this kind of data. It's a very good topic to read up on. But yeah, it used to be that what C and C++ guys would do would be they would do a union where it's like, for example, where inside of the union you'd have multiple types. It would be float example. Oops. Ah! What's up with you? Alright, and then like an int example. Or, I guess float f int I. And then you would take and cast from one to the other by making an example, and then access the different type element inside of the union. And that's technically not how unions are supposed to work. Union is supposed to be a block of data that can represent one of these values, but not all of them. And so it was technically undefined behavior. That's easy. New type pointer address data works with structs and everything. Yeah, that's type casting, which is good, but it's not the same thing. Type punning has to do with it's usually used when you are like loading data from a binary file. You have a pointer to a block of data. You get a pointer inside, and technically you can still cast that, get a pointer, store it as a pointer of a type, and then dereference it, or you can store it as a pointer of void and then cast that to a different kind of pointer. But the idea is that you aren't actually circumventing the type system. You are just telling it to cast one type to another. They're similar. They are similar, I'll give you that. And a lot of things that you can achieve with type punning, you can achieve with casting. But yeah, type punning is a mechanism by which you defeat the type system. And so you tell you basically ignore the compiler's idea of types. Book I started at C with said that all numbers in a union are stored in safe place memory. They are, and that's why type punning works using unions. That's why this works at all, but it's bad form because this is actually literally not part of C or C++ standard to my knowledge. It's at least not part of C++. I don't know for sure if it's not part of C. But the idea is that if you do an example, union, for example, test, this is this how you use it? I'm pretty sure it is. I don't use this very often, but if you have a union variable, and then inside of a function somewhere you say like this, you would say like test2.f or .i. If you were to do like this, store a value of that, and then use type punning to do something like this, that's technically undefined behavior because this union can only store one type. It even though it's the same block of data. So for you to access it as an integer, that works, but you'll usually get a compiler warning because it's not part of the standard. Screw the type system, use the old fast inverted square root function, which casts a float to an int without conversion. Yeah, that uses casting, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. The infamous Quake fast invert square root algorithm. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Let me do real quickly the not part of the C++ standard. I don't get any warnings. Yeah. Yeah. C, the language, and I don't use C very often, so forgive me if I'm missing over something. C is not type safe, so all of the benefits of type safety are absent, which is why you can do when you use the parentheses and the type name to do the cast. That's called a C style cast because it's valid in C. It's not valid in C++. It works in C++ because C++ supports it, but you'll get warnings to say, hey, I don't know what kind of a cast you're doing. Are you doing a reinterpret? Or are you doing a static? Or are you doing a dynamic? And you have to tell the compiler which one you're actually using. Anyway, I was going to add a register file editor thing. Let's do that now. So we'll do an std string extension for the first parameter, and then we'll add a callback for the other. We'll want to add a type for the callback. So we'll do type def void. I guess what you would need is I guess you would need to know what the file path is, because your editor needs to know what's open. So I guess it would take a string for the path, but or a const reference to one. Some casting madness I've got. Win proc create struct pointer LP create params. Yeah, that's it's hard to get away from doing all that casting business. I think in my own window code's probably got a fair bit of that. Window procedures is obviously a C-style API where you're expected to cast all over the place. Yeah, lparam, cast it to an hraw input, give me all the raw input goodness. But let's call this a file open function, because I might use it in other places besides just the editor. And we'll take a file open function as the second parameter. Like that. Also, yeah, one of the parameter names aren't in English. Yeah. That's gotta be fun. Okay, I think this'll be fine. Let's go to editor.cpp. We'll implement it. Void register file editor const std string reference. I don't actually know why this is passed by value. It should actually just be const reference. But that's not really important to what I'm doing right now. I'm just gonna do it before I forget. Const std string reference. All right, and then in here we'll just copy the whole prototype. And cool. So now we need a way for storing So now we'll need a way to store the callbacks and refer to them. So let's do, this will need to be a internal member. So we'll go to editor.h inside of the EP internal folder. And like we did above, we will add an exported extern std vector of extensions associated with file open callbacks. One of the things that I worry about sometimes is how I will add support for localization to the editor. I'm making it a back burner item for now. I do have an advantage over a lot of custom game engines because I'm using Unicode UTF-8 everywhere. So technically, I can support any characters I want inside of the engine, but being able to just like come up with a system to plug in a new language and then have people like test it in that new language and give me feedback, it's a problem I don't want to deal with right now. But it will be a problem in the future. Okay, so now I've got file open callbacks. I'll add the definition here. Oops. Like that. And then inside of file or register file editor, I can just simply do pushback extension and callback. Well, I would do an in-place back and just construct the pair in place. All right, easy peasy. So now we've got an API for registering an extension and a callback and putting it in this structure, which will be able to reference from the editor. I do need to call clear on it though. Whoops. When we are cleaning up. Good. And then cool. And then inside of this guy, we would say register file editor and do PNG or whatever, and then we can add an editor if we want. For the sake of scene files, though, we're going to do that internally inside of this engine, or inside of the editor. So instead of doing it inside of content, though, I guess I would do this in the scene view. Maybe a scene editor would do it. Yeah, so here's what I'll do. I will register inside of sceneeditor.cpp. I will include EP internal / editor.h. If I can spell today. There we go. Bringing in that API, bringing in its internal members as well. We can then, inside of the initialization call for the entire scene editor, which is actually just the name of the entire window layout you're seeing here, I will say editor register components or register file editor, and we'll register the dot. So that would be the dot EPC extension with a callback. What would the callback be? I guess I don't have a callback for this yet. Every time we've gone to open up a open or close a scene file. We've just done it directly in here. We have an unload scene file inside of the engine, but that's not exactly the same thing as unloading a scene file from the editor. It just means that it's removing all of the entities from the scene file. Yeah, I guess I should add a helper function for this. Let's go to scene.h. And then we will add void open scene file and void close scene file, like that. And then we'll wrap the opening and closing stuff inside of those functions. So in scene.cvp, copy and paste those, and cool. And then we'll need to bring in some code from the scene editor. Previously, we were only using the file open and file close to do this. So this is what happens when we do the file open. So we go to open scene. We get the out path. We open a file dialog to receive the file in, and then we unload the entities from the previously open scene file if there is a loaded scene file, and that's just the hash of the scene or the scene path. And then we call load scene file from scene editor to load up those entities, storing currently loaded scene file. Where is that defined? Okay, it's a static to the scene editor file. You know what, this would make more sense inside of scene editor. Let's do it there. There we go. Cool. And save that. Then cut these out and put them in sceneeditor.cpp, like that. Cool. And now we can just cut and paste some stuff from the scene editor menu code into these. Let me finish up this function real quick. Now that I've got functions to call, I can say open scene file. Oh, but that probably needs a parameter. It needs an std string or const std string reference path. I'll be sure to put that in the header as well. Cool. Cool. And then we've got this function registered for what will be the list of editors when you double click on a file. Cool, we're making progress. Awesome. All right. File open scene. This whole open file dialog bit is not part of the generic callback for opening a scene file, but all of this is. So I'll copy and paste that. But instead of using outPath, we'll use the path parameter provided by the function callback. Cool. And then this is where we'll add the code to invoke the correct callback. And I'm quickly scanning through to find any other examples of opening up a scene file. I guess that's it. There will be multiple locations where we do a closure. We'll do that now. EP scene manager load scene file, so we load the scene file. If currently loaded scene file, then we invoke unload scene file. This should probably be put in this function, this callback, close scene file. Basically, we just check to see whether we have loaded a scene file. And then we unload the scene file. And then unloading the scene file is the engine level side where your game code might say unload scene file, and it would tell the scene manager to unload the entities from that scene file, which is a little bit different than actually unloading the scene file from the editor. For example, this doesn't clean up your dynamically created, dynamically spawned entities. It just erases the ones that were loaded by a particular scene file. And then at the top of this one, we'll say close scene file. So we invoke this callback from the open callback. All right, looking good. Let's look for the other locations where we do unload scene file. Okay, so when we go to close scene, what we were doing before was we were checking currently loaded scene file and then invoking unload scene file on it. What we will do instead is we'll simplify this. Actually, I need to copy that line out, but the rest of it we'll just replace with close scene file. Simple enough. And then close project. If currently loaded scene file, unload scene file, and set currently loaded scene file to null, we will now just say close scene file. Cool. And those are the only two cases. Good. But I almost forgot to do this. If currently loaded scene file, we unload and then we set the currently loaded scene file to null so that we don't think that we still have a loaded scene file in the editor. Cool. All right. So I could just do open scene file directly from here, passing in the out path. However, I'm thinking that instead of calling it directly, I'm just going to go through the generic system and call it that way. So we'll have to invent the generic system now. But the idea is that if you're making your own custom editor, maybe you want your custom editor to be able to open up scene files by itself. Like maybe you have like a open world game with its own specific requirements for loading up sections in the world from different scene files, and it like automatically manages opening and closing scene files. In that case, instead of having you have to include a header that has load scene file, you just invoke the engine level system that invokes the correctly registered callback for that extension. So we would do editor.h inside of here. Underneath register file editor, we can do another call. It would be, I think we'll have it return a bool to see true if it loaded correctly and false if it didn't. And we'll say load or open. Let's say load file in editor. Like that. And then when you want to open up a specific file in the editor, you call this. It will open up the whatever file editor is registered using registered file editor. And then Bob's your uncle. Okay. And this will be real straightforward. We basically just take the path, we get the extension off of it. So the extension, we will construct it from the last several digits of path. To get that though, yeah, we're going to need to do a little bit of string arithmetic. So we'll do size t, extension pause, and this will be the index into the string that is the dot. Yeah. And so we'll do extension pause equals path dot find find last of. We'll pass in the character dot. It'll just be that. This will give us the position of the final dot. I believe that if it doesn't find one, then find last of gives you either gives you 0 or gives you end pause. I forget. Yeah, std string end pause is if there's no matches found. So we'll say if extension pause is not equal to std string end pause, which is the equivalent of infinity. It's the biggest size t value is what end pause is defined as. But if we find a dot, then extension equals path dot substring from extension pause to the end. And I think there's a default parameter for the second one that gets you the last. Count equals end pause, yeah. Cool. I'll say else ap warn. Oops. But I need to include something in here. Include enterprise / core / console. That'll give us the logging macros. We'll say editor load file in editor. File does not have an extension. I guess I'll say error in this case. Technically speaking, files don't need extensions. So you could argue that if this was being 100%, in line with the file system, that I should be able to handle the case that there's no path on a file. But I think that it's reasonable to expect a path on a file. If you want the editor to differentiate between, to differentiate what a file does, it should have an extension. So I'm going to make that a requirement. I'm not going to make this a fatal error because it's not. I'm just going to return false. And log an error message. And then up here, we'll say return true before I forget. Cool. And then in this path where we have the extension figured out, we have the path. Now we have the ability to look up which call to use. So that's going to be from the file open callbacks. Which, unlike the registered component inspectors, we're not iterating through this list. So instead of making this a vector, I'm going to change it to be a map. And then we'll go to the header or the editor.h in EP internal. We'll make the declaration a map as well. We're going to need to include map for that to work, like so. Good, good. Save. And then, oh right, and then we're not doing pairs anymore. We just need the key and the value. Hey Goku, welcome. There we go. So while you were gone, Goku, we were working on getting a generic file open system working. So that way, when you go to create a custom editor for Enterprise, that editor can be told to accept file open operations from the content browser. So you can double click on a custom asset and it'll open up in the correct editor in the engine. Okay. Cool. And then this will change a little bit as well. Like that. Cool. So now we have a file open callbacks. It uses a string as a key. It uses, it returns a file open function. And then when we go to register, we simply push that callback into that map. And then in here, we can just look it up. So it'll be std, or it'll be, sorry, file open callbacks at extension dot, or actually we don't need to do dot anything, we just do the parentheses like that, pass in the path. Okay. However, we should only do this if the callback has actually been registered. So we'll need to do an if file open callbacks dot count extension, like that. So, taking this at the top, the custom editor would say register component inspector, register file editor for this particular file extension. So whenever you go to open up a file of this extension, call this function, please. And then when you go to load the file, call load file in editor, either from your custom editor or from your or from one of my editor views. So like the content view, this guy. Then it will get the extension from the path. It'll look up whether we have a callback for it, and then invoke it. If there's no callback for it, then we actually do need to do EP error and say editor load file in editor. This file extension does not have a registered callback. A registered What's the language I'm using? Editor. There we go. Cool. And then we would return false. Cool. And whenever I do a if or an else block that has braces in it, I always make sure that the corresponding if or else block has its own braces, even if it's one line. That's my style. That's how I roll. Cool. There's one other caveat to this that I can think of, and that would be if somebody supplies an extension without the dot in it. So if they go to register the extension, what if they pass in just PNG instead of .png? You're good. Am I good? I try. If somebody passes in a .png versus a just regular PNG, yeah, there's actually a couple of edge cases I know I need to protect against to provide a good user experience. So we can pass in dot extension or extension. We need to handle both those cases when we get a register. And then when we go to load the file, we need to protect against a few things. Protect against no extension. Protect against dot by itself. I don't know if that's legal in Windows, but it's theoretically legal in some other operating system to do a file that's just got a dot in it. Let me try something. I'll make a new text file and I'll just name it dot. There's already a folder with the same name as the file you specified. Aha, okay, that's interesting. So there's actually not a file named dot, but dot normally means that you are using the current directory in the path. So actually, no, we don't need to protect against that because it'll never ever be a dot. But actually, it might be if somebody messes up when they go to type their path in this code. So yeah, I do need to protect against that. All right, and yeah, that's it. All right, let's go through these one by one. I think I'm going to make the key just the extension by itself and not have the dot. There's no reason I can think of where I need to keep the dot. So what I'll do is I'll say if extension at front equals a dot, then we'll do one thing. Otherwise, we'll do another thing. That other thing being that we just directly invoke extension. Well, I suppose we have to protect against invalid strings here. So we have to actually have characters in the string. So we'll do if extension.front equals dot, then we will do file open callbacks. But instead of doing the whole extension, we'll do extension.substring. And we'll do substring from 1 to the end. And actually don't need to specify the end because there's a default parameter there. And so the key will be after the dot. And then otherwise we'll just use the thing by itself. If we pass in the dot inside of the extension, given that this involves another construction, I think I'll probably issue an EP warning here. There we go. And I do need to pass in a formatted string to tell the developer which particular extension they included the dot erroneously in. Cool. And then we go ahead and invoke it. Invoke the callback. Cool. That's pretty good. And then we need to protect against invalid strings as well. So outside of all of this, I'm going to do if extension dot size is non-zero, then we'll do all this. Else EP error editor register file editor extension is invalid, and copy the rest in there. Okay. And then we need to return false. To make this a little bit simpler, I'm just going to default to return false. And then we'll only return true in these cases. Oh wait, this is not the callback, this is the registration. Oh, because this is the registration, it's not something that you use whenever you open the file. I actually don't care about this warning at all. There's no penalty at all for me doing this at the time when we go to initialize, so that's fine. However, we do need the extension to be valid, so it needs to have characters in it, and it needs to be alphanumeric. Is there a helper thing for this? STD is alphanumeric or something like that. I feel like there's something in the standard library for this. Hey Jola, welcome. Hi Michael, how do you code a UI for a background process? Do you just use multitasking? Well, how do you mean a UI for a background process? Because if you're talking, are you talking about threads, or you're talking about an application controlling another application? Okay, there's something. There's is alnum for alphanumeric. Decimal digit or an uppercase or lowercase letter. That's not quite what I need. Controlling an application with an application. So it doesn't. Let me go back to the original question. I guess I don't know what you're asking. If you're controlling another application, it doesn't really matter whether, what algorithms you use or which threading mechanism you use. Because at the end of the day, all you're doing is you're processing and submitting requests for the OS to pass to the other application. I haven't done a whole lot of inter-process stuff myself, so I can't really speak too much from experience, but Yeah, there's an API for it depending on your operating system. So Windows has its own thing. I don't think that there's a C++ standard way. Yeah, there's a Boost library for it, but there's not like a C++ inner process in the standard library. So one way would be to use Boost process and then just do a UI inside of the, inside of your application the way that you do any other UI, and then wrap something like this. But if you don't use Boost, then you'll have to do it yourself. So there's like Win32 inner process stuff. And so that requires, some reading for learning how exactly you want to communicate with the other app. And then if you're communicating with an app that's not your own app, then you need to use its own API, if it has one for remote control. Otherwise, you're just hacking. I don't know. I don't know if that's addressing at all what you wanted to ask, but... Yeah, so let me look up what's a valid extension on Win32. I don't actually truly know what the rule is for an extension. If it can only be letters or if it can be letters plus something else. Just trying to program that can turn a different program on and off. Like opening and closing an application remotely. I would start by reading through this. I'm not myself an expert on this topic, but if you're wanting to learn how to work between one application and another, I don't know if there's a way for you to do like remotely quitting an application. Okay, so there's something called stop service, which you can use for remotely terminating an application. Yeah, and this is something that's part of like WMI, which is something that IT folks use when they want to automate a bunch of stuff on like an enterprise scale. Enterprise like businesses, not like my game engine. But yeah, interprocess communications. There's a number of ways for you to communicate dealing with things, but yeah, I'm afraid I don't really have much advice for you on this topic. I can show you the things that I would immediately use for reference, but okay. So yeah, I was just Googling. Yeah, thanks for understanding, Joel. I try to know everything, but it would be a crime against nature if I did. Yeah, so Win32 extensions. I wonder if you happen to know, or if anybody here happens to know, whether you can have non-letters in your extensions. Let me try this out real quick. Instead of text, if I did a T-T or something like that. Yeah, that seems to take it. So there are non-letter extensions that are viable on Windows at least. I want to ensure that an extension passed into the API is actually a valid extension. I just don't happen to know off the top of my head. There are these reserved extensions that I had forgotten about. Use a period to separate the base name from the extension. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Yeah, outside of the do not use the reserved names, I don't really see any special rules for extensions. So maybe they're the same as the characters that are legal in paths. It sounds like this might be more than I want to deal with right now. So what I'll do is I'll make a to-do note and say to-do guard against invalid extensions. And then the rest of it's actually okay. Wait, that's the wrong file. Do you ever use your old unfinished programs for your future projects as a reference? Oh, all the time. So for example, if I was to do a whole other game engine, I would be totally referencing how I did things in this game engine, even if I was writing it from scratch. I wouldn't and not just copying and pasting code. In fact, even within a project, instead of like Googling how did I do that, how do you do that thing again, I just look up the way that I did it before and then use that as a reference. Yeah, that's a very common tactic. In fact, I haven't referenced it in forever, but I actually do have an old version of Enterprise from years and years and years ago, like all the way back in 2016. Back in 2016, I had done an engine that was also called Enterprise, and then I just started over, and I periodically referenced it for figuring out how to do certain things like the X input API and bar input API and things like that. You gonna have support for 32,767 character paths? I don't think so. At least not. That's not something I'm gonna consider right now. Because in Windows, I think even through Windows 11, the max path limit is still an optional extension that you have to enable, right? Maybe you could answer that better than I. Yeah, you still have to go through like group policy or do it yourself inside of the registry editor to actually enable the long paths. But yeah, max underscore path is enforced but can be bypassed. I don't really care about that right now. In the future, I may care about that, but that should be a fairly easy thing to implement. I'm not using the max path, max underscore path anywhere to my knowledge. I don't think so, at least. It looks like YAML CPP uses it, but so maybe I have to think about how YAML CPP works if and when I go there. Oh, and you know what? I stand corrected. I do have a max path when I get the temp path from Windows. So I guess the answer right now is that I for sure don't support that right now. But it wouldn't be too much work to add it. Yeah, because like even just looking at that code now that I'm thinking about it, it's actually not necessarily true that this means that I've got an invalid, or that I'm not supporting long paths, because the temp path is always virtually always going to be a short path anyway. It's usually just your app data folder / temp or whatever. Return value. This is the ASCII or ANSI version. Yeah, so like even when you're using the get temp path W, which is UTF-16, it's supposed to always do this. This long path, yeah, like, okay, here we go. So you got like get long path and whatever, but the get temp path is always short. So I don't know. It's something that I don't, it's not really important to me right now, but it is one of those things that I'll have to be thinking about. I do support Unicode, or I support non-English characters because I use UTF-8 everywhere, but the long paths are... I don't even have long paths extended implemented on my computer, for example. I've never ever had a project structure that had deep enough layers to necessitate getting past that extension, or getting past that that max path. Yeah, anyway, we'll guard against invalid extensions later. We're guarding against not having an extension. We're guarding against not having a registered editor. Oh, actually, you know what else? If we don't find a dot, then we for sure don't have an extension. But if we find a dot, we need to confirm that it's not the last character. So we'll say if extension pause is not equal to end pause, and extension pause is not equal to path dot size -1, or I should just say, yeah. I should say less than equal or equal to. That's right. So if we find an extension and the extension, the dot inside of the path is less than or equal to the size -1, so we have at least one character following the extension dot, then we'll move on. Otherwise, we'll say we have an invalid. Cool. That's good. We're clearing file open callbacks when we go to clean up. That's looking good to me. Okay, so back in the scene editor code, when we go to select file open, we can now do the open. Oh, we haven't got that set up yet, have we? Let's do that. Editor.h. So this is the public editor.h. We've got the load file in editor. That's what it's called. Load file in editor. And then we pass in out path. So this will get us pass in the path from open file dialog, and then it'll go and find the extension of the path, and then use that to look up the appropriate callback, which we had registered to be, where is it? Oh, not in here. We had registered it to be the open scene file function. Sweet. And then, cool. And this is where we were dealing with the file open by double clicking. We will pick up here after we've confirmed that the new API is working. I feel like I forgot something, but let's just build it and see what breaks. If anything breaks. Okay, that built. Let's run it. Okay. Let's open a scene file. Okay, so that didn't work. So when I went to open up the scene file, it didn't correctly load up anything. If we take a look at the debug console, file extension does not have a registered editor. So let's take a look at what happens when we try to open the file. Here. I'll set a breakpoint on it and try using file open scene again. Okay. The out path is correct looking. eSoftware Enterprise Test Game Content test2d scene.ep scene. Step into it and extension position is 51. 51 is the dot, so that's fine. Oh, whoops. The extension is making a substring starting at the dot. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to rename this to be dot pause so that I don't get confused. And then the extension will be the path dot substring from dot pause +1, which due to the above if statement, we know for sure will point at a character. Because if the dot's the last character, it would be path dot it would be equal to path dot size -1, and we need it to be less than, not less than or equal to. All right, cool. That should do it. Let's build and rerun. Bam. Okay, and let's do file open scene again. That's hitting my breakpoint. That's not an error. Okay, it's working. And perfect. So this shows that the registration function is working just fine. When we go to file open scene, it is not directly loading the scene anymore. It is going through the editor file open system. So I can just simply call open file on any file that I double click on in here. It'll pick up the fact that it's a .scene file or a .ep scene file and then load it in the editor based on the extension. And that's great because that's expandable. We can add support for other extensions, and enterprise game developers can add support for their own asset types. Cool. Let's go to content. So inside of the content view, we're now going to try implementing double clicking on a scene file in the content browser, which is what all this was about. So we have a if is folder and we double click. Then we do this. We change the current path to the new file path, and then we do a guard to make sure that the path ends in a slash. But if it's a file, a regular file, then we'll want to open when we double click. And we'll probably want to do some other dragging and dropping business. So I think I will keep it structured like this, where we have a block that's for code that we use for files, and then a block that's used for folders. So that way our drag and drop code can look different without getting too confusing. And then I'll use the double clicked and is item active for the double click. And instead of doing a change to the current path, I will instead try to do the file open. So we'll do open file or load file in editor. Maybe this is a sign that I should rename it because I'm not remembering what the name is. It is okay. It is load file in editor. I'm going to rename this to be open file in editor because it's a little more intuitive to me. There we go. And then I need to include the public editor.h inside of content.cpp. Okay, and now that we've got that, we should be able to do open file in editor and pass in the path. So it'll be file path. Wait, is that right? Right, file path is already in UTF-8. So we do open file in editor, file path. So that'll take whatever we double clicked on, get its extension, find the appropriate open function, call it, and then that'll do what we want it to do. So in this case, when we double click on a EPC file, it should open up the EPC in the editor, hopefully. Let's try it. Okay, moment of truth time. You can see that we have no entities in the hierarchy or in the inspector. If we go to the content view and we find test2d scene dot, oh, it's missing the extension on it. I wonder if that's a problem. Anyway, this is supposed to be the file. If I double click on it, yes. Okay, so we've got double clicking working on files in the scene. So just to test that it's actually reloading and stuff, I'm going to edit the scene, make a big, wide, jonky metal and rotator in weird ways. And then I double click on the file again. It should reset because what it's doing is it's reloading. It's closing the scene file and reopening it. That's technically not what we want to do directly if we double click on a scene file while it's open, but it is what I expected it to do. So this appears to be working. Now what happens if I double click on a file that doesn't have a thing? So I just double clicked on simplemsdf.glsl, that's a shader. And we got a call that says editor, open file in editor, file extension does not have a registered editor. Awesome. It's not exactly first try, but it's pretty close. I'm pretty happy with that. So I want to just take this a step further. I'm going to take the file, the scene file. Where is it? Let me collapse all these folders. In the test game content, there it is, test2d scene.epc. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it. And then I'm going to make change to the file name called second scene, and I'm going to take every rotation value, that's a unity rotation, and I'm going to change it somehow. I actually don't know what rotation that represents. Actually, hang on. I want to be changing the Euler rotation hint. Right? I think so. Oh, you know what? I'll do them both. So underneath, you know what? Because I don't want to screw around with something that I'm not dealing with, I'm actually going to take and just change the scale and everything. So by default, they're all scaled to 2 by 2 is the size of the quad. Now I'm going to make them 5 by 3, just so that it's obvious what the difference is. And then whenever I do a name, I will give it a slightly different name. I'll say alt sprite. Cool, save. All right, now I've got a second scene file. I don't need to recompile or anything. It should just appear in here. Where are you? Post process. Second scene dot. Okay, so the extension is not appearing, probably due to word wrapping issues. We'll have to find a way to make that a little bit more user friendly. But let me double click on it. Aha! And it loads up everything with the weird wonky dimensions that we just typed in, and all the names changed. Awesome. So that's a pretty important goal that we just crossed, an important threshold. We just set up a system by which we can open any kind of file that we want with the appropriate editor. Right now, we don't really have like warnings or anything besides what you have in the console. It's not very user-friendly yet, but I can simply just double-click on a seed file in here instead of having to go to open seed. Sweet. That's double-click on seed files to open is good. I'm going to keep its sub goal though. Drag and drop scene files to scene view to open. And then we have drag and drop files into inspector to get path. Yeah, and we can probably do both of these today pretty quickly. Man, I like how quickly these streams are going. The last couple of streams, we've been getting a lot done. I'll probably take a quick break before we get started on those, but the next question is... Well, let me add a goal here and say fix word wrapping on extensions or on files. I'm willing to bet that if I make this pretty big icons, yeah, EP scene is no longer cut off, so it's disappearing because of word wrapping. So we'll need to improve the word wrapping. But yeah, concerning the drag and drop, I think that probably these are part of the same problem. Basically, there's like I think in IMGUI they have drag and drop targets and sources is how the API works. You make something an API, or make something a drag and drop source. I'm sure there's a thing in here. Drag and... Oh, I know there's something in here. Maybe it's in examples. Here it is, drag and drop. Drag and drop and center widgets. So you can like drag and drop onto widgets and things like that. Basically, you specify inside of the code which thing is drag and droppable and which thing can receive a drag and drop. What I'm thinking is that if you drag and drop from the content browser, whatever you drag and drop will be inserted to the recipient as a path. So I'm thinking that when you go to drag and drop anything from the content browser, be it a scene file or a asset file, that the recipient widget will receive a path to that item and then can do what it wants with it. So what we could do is we could have the scene view be the scene view can be a recipient of the path, and then when it receives it, it can decide, okay, I can confirm that it is a scene file. We will respond to it by opening up that scene file. Or it could take and look for other things. Like it could look for maybe if it's like a mesh, like a 3D model, then it'll say, okay, I can see that it's got the 3D model extension or whatever extension we're going to work with. And then it'll take and instantly change into a position widget. So you're dragging it into the scene and you can place it in the scene wherever you let go with the mouse, which is the way that both Unity and Unreal Engine do it. I think that's probably the direction we'll go. I've never done it before, so we'll have to take a minute to learn how it works. But yeah, sweet. This is being able to double click on scene files to open them. That's a pretty big step. That's nothing to scoff at. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. I just need to take a quick break. I've been going at this for 2 hours. And then after we're back, we will start doing dragging and dropping from the content browser. Alrighty. Where were we? Cool. Cool. So we had just gotten a way to implement from your game code or from the engine itself, a way for you to implement a response to double clicking on a file in the content browser. You just call open file in editor and it'll get the extension and it'll figure out what to load it with. So if we click on a file that we don't have a registered editor for, we see the file extension does not have a registered editor error message in the console, which is good. But we can also double click on one of the other scene files and it will load that scene file. Great, that's, pretty great. However, there's a few things that we'll need to worry about. In order for this to be really useful, we want to be able to drag and drop files from the content browser into other locations. As we talked about before I went on my break, dragging and dropping probably will work by passing the path to the file wherever you drop it, and then the widget or panel or whatever will decide how to handle the path. So let's take a look at the drag and drop examples. I don't actually know how this works. So we'll go to the code demo. And just like everything in IMGUI, we can just literally open up IMGUI demos.cpp. And we will see how to use this thing. It's a really elegant system. I'm pretty happy with IMGUI so far, because it's like, you want to do a thing, you find an example of it in use, and then you can just like use it as a reference. So let's look for drag and drop. Is that how it's spelled? It's spelled drag and drop, 2 words. Okay, here it is. Widgets / drag and drop. Okay. There's drag to reorder. This particular scenario will be useful when we start doing the nice to have stuff in the hierarchy, because right now you can't reorder them or do anything besides select them. But yeah, let's take a look at drag and drop in standard widgets. That's this section here. Help marker, you can drag from the color squares. There's not even any code here, really. Color edit widgets automatically act as drag source and drag target. Huh. Okay, so that's just a property of this widget. They are using standardized payload strings. IMGUI payload color 3F and IMGUI payload type color 4F. To allow, okay. So apparently there's a couple of standards. So you can, if you format your payloads to match specific archetypes, it sounds like it'll interact well with widgets. That's good. So you can like drag and drop colors everywhere and some other things. Where's my, yeah, there we go. Also see demo widgets, color picker widgets, palette demo. Okay. So looking inside of the second demo then, because I want to know how I'm supposed to use this in my own code. Drag and drop to copy swap items. Let's see how that works. We have radio buttons to set what the current mode is. Bobby, Beatrice, Betty, yeah. We go through all of the items. We push an ID. We push a button. They do a same line following every third. So Bobby, Beatrice, and BB do not invoke same line, but these do, so that they follow. Yeah, so it's a 9x9 grid. They put a button in there, and once the button's in place, they say, ImGui begin drag drop source. Our buttons are both drag sources and drag targets here. Okay, begin drag drop source. On source items, call begin drag drop source. If it returns true, also call set drag drop payload and end drag drop source. Okay. Set a payload to carry the index of our item, could be anything. So you have the item, you call begin drag drop source, you set the payload. The payload has got a string name indicating what kind it is. So I presume that if you use ImGui payload type color 3F or these standard kinds, that you pass it in there. Let's open up one of the color edit widgets and confirm that that's actually the case. There's a lot of code in there. Oh, okay. So these are macros that represent these strings, which represent the type. Underscore col 3F is what you would pass into those functions. Okay. Okay, if mode, blah, 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 blah. ImGui text, copy S, names. Hang on. Display preview. Oh, I see. So you can actually... Okay, when I click and drag... Okay, I get it. So when you do the drag drop source, you set the payload, and then any ImGui widgets or whatever that you add from then on until end drag drop source will be part of the preview when you drag. So if I drag and drop, I can make that an icon. So in my content browser, if I'm clicking and dragging, I can make a little icon follow my cursor to identify that I'm dragging a file or anything like that. Okay, that's handy. That's cool. Okay. And then we have begin drag drop target. This is where you pass in the string that you set for drag drop payload. it returns a pointer to the payload struct. Okay, and the payload struct is basically just a pointer and a size. So you can, from here, you have to do C-style casting to convert the pointer that's in there to a pointer of the correct type. Which is why in this case they do an assertion that whenever we receive the payload, we need to confirm that the data size is the correct type, and we need to confirm that the pointer is valid. They don't actually have an assertion on the payload pointer, but they do on the size. In my own code, I would actually also probably assert that the payload is a non-null pointer, but I'll come back. I'll walk through that later. Okay, and we don't have any code in here for drawing borders around drag drop targets. So my presumption is that it automatically does that. So this business where it's highlighting the frames in blue, or up here when I go to drag a color, and it does the same thing. It does the border. That comes for free. Okay, that's actually really easy now that I'm looking at a code example. So here's what we'll do then. When we are here at this point, the item in question is the image button. It's the actual button that we click on inside of the content browser. So I could just plug that code into here. IMGUI begin drag drop source, and then we'll say whatever kind it is, and then anything that accepts that source type can just simply receive the item that I drag and drop. That's really easy. Okay, so let's think about how we want to handle that then. I'll probably add a custom widget type to help folks out in the case of the inspector. So if you wanted to have a widget where you can simply drag and drop a reference to a file in your content folder, you can do that. I think I'll have to add an API for adding drag and droppable types in the scene view. So if you have like a custom renderer and you want to drag and drop, you want that renderer to automatically create a sprite component when you drag and drop a PNG or something like that, you can add a target to the scene view dynamically. There might be situations in which you want to be able to drag and drop folders, but if you do that, folders by convention don't have extensions on them, though you can do .whatever at the end. They're generally handled separately. So what I'll do is I'll have a separate API for those. So for adding a drag drop source for the file and the folders, those will be by nature separate. Yeah, okay. I think I'm piecing together how I'm going to do this. So in the case of the file then, immediately after doing the image button, we'll do the drag drop source. If IMGUI begin drag drop source, we pass in flags if we want them. What kind of flags do we get? IMGUI drag drop flags. Come on, IntelliSense. Okay, there we go. We have accept before delivery. Okay, that's probably where it... I guess that these flags are sometimes used in source, sometimes used as targets. So like accept before delivery makes sense if you're talking about a field that wants to know what you're dragging while you're dragging it. No preview tooltip, so you can turn off tooltips if you want, which might be useful in some cases. No disable hover. Let's pull this up in the source code and read their comments. By default, when dragging, we clear data so that is item hovered will return false. To avoid subsequent user submitting tooltips, this flag disables this behavior, so you can still call is item hovered on the source item. Okay. Allow items such as text, image that have no unique identifier to be used as a drag source. Oh, I see. By manufacturing a temporary identifier based on their window relative position. All right. External source from outside DRM GUI won't attempt to read current item window info. That's interesting. So this indicates that there's some interactivity with the operating system's drag and drop, which would be great. Is there a demo of that? Let me open up a text file real quick. I'm going to try dragging and dropping out the color into the other program. All right, so it's not letting me drag and drop out to the taskbar at least. Let me try doing this. Okay, so you can't drag and drop out. Can you drag and drop in? Oh, I suppose I can't do that from here, from the text. Whatever, I'll worry about that later. Yeah, so there's a number of things here that I don't really understand, but I suppose they'll make sense as I start to use the code and come across these edge cases. But for the moment, we can just leave this blank. So we'll say if IMGUI begin drag drop source, we terminate this block with IMGUI end drag drop source, like so. And then in between, we'll need to do an IMGUI drag drop type, or I forget what the function was called. Set drag drop payload. Okay, this is where we pass in the string. So in this case, it'll be a EP file. The data will be a string. Oh, that's interesting. Hang on. I want to pass in something that's I want to pass in something with a automatic duration. And it looks like in the demo code, it uses that. When we set drag drop payload, they pass in the address of n. N is this automatic scope integer inside of this for loop. So apparently this is safe. I don't know how that is safe. Let me open up its function. Let's see how it uses data. So there's an assertion that we have data, that its size is greater than 0. Okay, so the payload is copied inside of that function. So IamGUI will keep a copy of whatever I pass into here. So what I can do then is I can pass in. I guess what I would need to do for this to work correctly is I would need to do it as a C string. So I would need to, instead of passing in the full path, I would say file path dot data, like that, which gives us the pointer to the data inside the string memory. And then we would get the file path dot size. Because we can't pass in the address of the string object because oh wait, no, can we? Oh no, we can, because the string object will get copied. It'll do a copy of the string memory. Yeah, so let's do that. Pass in file path, and then we'll do or the address of file path. Then we pass in size of std string. And then that'll pass the string object. And then when it gets copied... Oh wait, hang on. I think I might be getting ahead of myself here. I don't think std memcopy will invoke the constructor. I don't think I've ever used it that way before. So I am double checking. But I'm pretty sure that memcopy doesn't invoke the constructor. It just literally copies over the bytes. This is not relevant. Right, so that bypasses the constructor. So yeah, I guess I will have to do, instead of doing passing the object itself, I have to pass in the data, like that. Because that way it'll just be plain old data. The payload will be a C string, basically. I wonder if there's any instructions on that on the header. Okay, type is a user-defined string of maximum 32 characters. Strings starting with underscore are reserved for your IMGUI internal types. Data is copied and held by IMGUI. Return true when data payload has been accepted. Okay, yeah, so that's just... So I guess this only accepts plain old data. That's fine. That's alright. What are these, though? IMGUI cons. Use con to choose to submit payload on drag start or every frame. Okay, so this is a generally used condition. Which by default is 0. I'll leave this empty for now. The value of 0 represents IMGUI conned none, which would ordinarily make me think that there's no condition in which it would accept the payload, but it's the default, so I don't know. Okay, and then let's look at the demo again. Okay, so I guess it's actually that simple. What I'm gonna do for the preview, I'm going to display the image of the file. So we'll say IMGUI image. We'll pass in the texture with a reinterpret cast. I am GUI image ID, or what's the type? I am texture ID. Of the file icon, or the icon text. Yeah, icon text. And then we have to do the flipping business with the Y, so we have to do 0, 1, 1, 0 on the UVs. Oh, and we also need a size. I'm going to do a size of 16 by 16, just because. Yeah, and the rest of it should be the same. I wonder why this is taking so long to resolve. Expected denied identifier, but it is. It's an STD reinterpret cast. Oh yeah, it's not an STD reinterpret cast, it's just an reinterpret. Yeah. Whoops. That's just a call. Cool. And so while we're dragging, we should be seeing the icon for the files, the generic page icon. And then we can set on something else. We'll accept the file. Okay. So let's head to the scene.cpp for, this is where we actually do the scene view. And I will turn the entire view into a drag drop destination. Okay, so this is the invisible button covering the area, which we use for input. I'm going to make it a drag drop source. I'm GUI begin drag drop. Oh, sorry, not source, target. And then we'll do wrap that in an if statement, if, and then at the end we say I am GUI and drag drop, oops, drop target, like that. Okay, and then we would say this is where we specify which drag drop sources we accept. So we do I am GUI payload get drag drop payload. Or it's accept drag drop payload. So what's the difference between get and accept? Peek directly into the current payload from anywhere. May return null. Use IamGUI payload is data type to test for payload type. Okay, that's interesting. So you have the ability to peek at the payload while you're dragging. Accepting. Okay, yeah, and then accepting the payload is when you let go of your mouse button. All right, so we say accept drag drop payload. And then for that, we pass in the type, which was EP file. And then we don't actually have any flags for that. So accept drag drop payload will return an IamGUI payload pointer. Which we can take back like this. And then inside of the okay, so it returns a null pointer if it's invalid, so we do an if statement around that. And then we can access payload data size, payload data. Awesome. Like that. Okay, we got these other things too. So we got data frame count. I'm not really sure what that's for, but there's probably good reasons for all of these things. But data type and data size are the things we care about. Data type is a char array. Which is interesting. Because we're only accepting payloads of a certain type. So I guess you can accept multiple kinds of payloads. I guess you don't have to filter with this, because otherwise what's the value of having a type? I don't know, whatever. I guess maybe it's valuable for peeking. That's the only thing I can think of. But we do know the data type. We do have access to the data, and we have access to the size, and that's really all we care about. So we'll do an EP assert. We want to make sure that the payload data size, is that a function or is that just a member? It's just a member. We want to make sure that that equals the size of oh, that's a good one. Because I'm actually using the size of to pass a string of bytes, so I don't actually do an assertion here. I just treat whatever comes through as if it's a string. So, all right, let's do that. We'll do a const car pointer equals payload arrow data. We do need this to be the correct type, so we will do a dynamic cast of payload data to be a const car pointer. Actually, just a car pointer. What am I missing here? Wait, that's not how you use. Shows you how often I use these. So yeah, you do dynamic cast of the pointer type and whatever. So why is that giving me grief? Oh, because I'm not giving it a name. That's right. This will be the path. Right. Whatever, I think I'll try the C-style cast, see if it gives me any compiler warnings, and if it does, then we'll do a little conversion. Cool. So we got a path with a null terminated string in it. So what we would do then is oh, I know what to do. Hang on. Do I have? Yeah, I'm gonna do instead of a car path, I'm gonna do an std string view, and I believe I can construct that from the data. Yeah. And then inside of the path, we'll have to do the search for the dot. So we'll say dot pos equals path dot find last of. So we'll look for the last dot. And we'll say if dot pos is not equal to std string view and pos, and dot pos has to be less than the path dot size minus 1. So this is checking, this is the same logic as we had before. We're confirming that we did find a dot in the path, and we're confirming that the dot is located at least before one character. And then from here we can get our extension. So this will be constantity string view extension, and we can grab that from first we'll cast to car pointer from payload data plus dot pause. Yeah. Wait, plus dot pause plus 1. This will get us 1 character passed. And we'll say if extension equals EP scene, then we will open the scene file. Which I'm going to need to include enterprise/editor.h to get all that public facing editor stuff, and then we can do open file in editor, passing in the path, which I think I can just do. I think that there's an implicit conversion from string view to string, right? No, I guess not. Is there an implicit conversion from a car pointer? There is. Okay. So we... Well, let me... Does that work? Yes. So I put in braces. So this should invoke the constructor for std string with the data pointer and the data size. In the off chance that we accept a drag drop payload and we're not having a null termination character. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough, actually. Let's give it a shot. Oh, that's not enough. Okay, it's actually trying to construct a different kind of object. Let's fix that. I'll just use the null termination character to do that. I don't want to be doing an std string constructor in there, even though it's implicit. I wanted to keep my code a little cleaner and pass in just the data pointer. Okay, so we got the content view. When I go to click and drag the file, we see the little icon. That's good. That's step 1. If we go to drag a scene file and let go, nothing happens. Okay, so apparently we've got to drag drop source, but not a target. I wonder if there's a place for me to inspect what I'm dragging and dropping. tools. Okay, here we go. There's a section in here that says drag, drop, source ID, and payload. So if I go to drag a file, we see that the payload is EP file 32 bytes. And then on test input.ini, it says EP file 30 bytes. Is that right? Let me count that up. So this would be the path starting from the working directory. So test game / content 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 18 characters plus whatever. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26. It says 25 bytes. Okay, so it seems to be getting the path inside of the payload. I just can't inspect it here because it doesn't actually interpret that block as characters inside of the inspector. So presumably the entire problem is with the scene view. I wonder if this has any impact on the camera controls. Like if I click and drag a file over this, it doesn't appear to do anything. Of course it wouldn't, because I have to use the right mouse button to do that. Huh, okay. Let's head back to the demo code. Yeah, so none of these targets specify a flag. They only specify the name of the type of payload. So let me head to this guy, set a breakpoint, and try the drag and drop again. Okay, so begin drag drop target is getting invoked. Okay, so the if statement's getting checked, but let's continue without the breakpoint and set the breakpoint inside. Okay, so now payload is non-null. Okay, and up here we can see that the payload is the path to the file. It says test game / content / test2d scene.ep scene. Good, okay, so we are getting the path. That's not the problem. The dot position was found to be 28. IMGUI payload does not have member data size. Yes, it does. I just used it. I don't know what's going on with the watch window. I'm trying to simply inspect the contents of payload. It's getting the memory address, but nothing else. Okay, whatever. Oh, okay, I see the problem. So the string view that we've got here, where we're getting the extension, it does correctly get the first character of EP scene. I can inspect the extension view and it shows EP scene as the first characters of the quote, but then it's got garbage characters after that. And that's because I'm copying over the number of characters in the string, not including the null termination character, and I'm utilizing the null termination character here. So let's, let me go back to content, now that I know what the problem is. So in the drag drop source, I'm passing in filepath.data and filepath.size. However, at the end of an STD string, there is also the null termination character, so I should do +1. I should double check on CPP reference. That size actually does get me, that I do actually have a null termination character following. Okay, the returned array is null terminated that data and string, C string perform the same function. Okay, and that's since C++11. So before that, before C++11, data didn't require null termination, but now it does. So we can do this. Cool, let's build and run. And clear my breakpoint. All right, drag test2d scene into the scene view. Aha! All right, dragging and dropping the scene file works now. Perfect, so I can either double click the scene file, or I can just drag and drop it and it'll load. Okay, that was pretty simple. I have noticed that the border doesn't highlight when I do that. which I don't know if that's a problem or not. I'm going to quickly disable the drawing of the texture. So this is all the rendering code involved with rendering the scene. I'm actually going to temporarily comment out the add image call, which actually puts the scene view into the IMGUI rendering list. And I want to see if that border appears. Scene view. It doesn't. That's interesting. Now you can see that in the hierarchy, we still do have the scene loading. We can see the entities and we can see their components. But yeah, we don't see the drag and drop border. So apparently I have to do something special for that. How do they do it? Oh, I think I've got an idea as to why. I think the problem is arising from the fact that this is an invisible button. So because it doesn't render anything, it doesn't render the border on top. Okay, I'm gonna switch this to a normal button temporarily. And we'll see what that does. Because in the case of the other widgets, it looked like when you drag and drop on top of the panels, but it does the border. Oh, I should comment out the rendering code again. It's not a huge deal, but I do want that border. Okay, there's the button. It looks like a regular button now. If I drag and drop the scene, you're not seeing the border. So perhaps there's an issue with I'm not really clear on what I need to do to make the border visible. I'll put that on the back burner for the moment. Being able to drag and drop into the scene view is nice enough. Perhaps the other widgets that I'll try in the inspector will reveal something about how the cosmetics normally works. But yeah, we can drag and drop a scene file. That's, yeah. Sweet. And I'm going to add a show border when dropping in scene view. So that I have it written down somewhere and I haven't forgotten it. But cool. All right, so that's one thing down. The next thing we wanted to do was to do drag and drop into the inspector to get the path. As it is, whenever you have a drag drop target with EP file as the type, you'll get the path. So we could just add a widget to whatever inspector. So inside of the sprite inspector, for example, we could add a path inspector that accepts the file as a drag drop. And to do that, we just need to say set drag drop target, and the target would take the EP file type, the string name for the type, and then accept it. It's actually not completely sufficient because when we go to drag and drop stuff inside of the inspector, the path that we want should be relative to the content directory. And right now we're doing it relative to the working directory. So we should be translating these into virtual paths before we drag and drop them into a field. So let me add that as a note. Okay. And let's head back into Renderer 2D. This guy. Okay. So we have the onSprite inspector call. That's the place that we add, that we currently have the UV settings. Let's add another one. EP. Or sorry, this would be just regular IMGUI. Text. Is there like a text field? Input text. Input text. It's a widget that accepts a text field. The label is going to be texture. And then what's this one? Takes an STD string pointer. I guess that passes back out the text. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, and then we'll do an STD string. Out path, or this will be out text path. We'll have to make that static, so it keeps it around past 1 frame. We'll pass in its address to input text. And what do we got for IMGUI input text flags? Okay, we got quite a few options. Allow tab input. Not in this case because it's a path. You're not going to have any temp characters. Always overwrite, meaning that it automatically selects the whole path whenever you click in. Or maybe it actually doesn't allow you to extend. I'll leave that off. Auto select all. Yeah, auto select all. I think I want to do. So that way, when you go to click in, you're not by default extending a path that you're dealing with before. I want that to be sort of a copy and paste situation for the most part. Callback always, callback completion, callback history. Cars, decimal, hexadecimal, no blank, scientific. Okay, so we can actually limit the characters that we have in here. I'm not going to put any filters on it for the moment, but we do want to eventually limit this to be characters that are valid for a path. Enter returns true. Yeah. So that way it returns true when we press enter instead of just when we enter text. So that is when you're typing in the middle of typing the path to the file, it's not hitting the file system every time. Okay, that seems good. Like that, and then after adding the field, we can do IamGUI add or begin drag drop target, like that. Cool. All right, this is getting to be familiar to me. We're starting to get a little second nature. IamGUI set drag drop payload. No, that's not right. It's right, so you have to do the accept payload, right? Okay, so if there's a payload from EP file, we will set the text of the field. So out text path equals, that would be dot assign, I guess, right? Because we can do an assign from const car pointers. Then we can just do dot data because that'll give us the first character of. You know what? I'll do it like this. And that returns a const void, right? So I have to do car star. Okay, cool. All right, we're off to a good start. All right, so this isn't actually wired to do anything yet, but let's at least see whether the field accepts drag and drop the way I think it will. What's going on? I pressed F5, F7 again. Do we have a build error? We have a linker error. Undefined symbol, IamGUI input text. Oh, hang on. Really? How is that undefined? It's declared here, defined in IamGUI widgets. I think there's something wrong with the signature I'm using. Okay, we got a label. I call it texture. The address of an STD string. This guy, out text path. IMGUI text input flags. Let me try without the flags. And let's do F5 on that. Now it's having issues linking to that as well. What's going on? I've got the header, and it's obviously compiling. But when we use input text here versus in IMGUI widgets, it's not compiling, or not linking. Just as a gut check, let me just comment out this code specifically. I'll leave the drag drop target stuff, even though that would ascribe drag drop target to UV, which is not correct. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So with the scene open and we get the UV visible, I go to drag drop a file. UV accepts this as a drag drop target. It's got the little box around it, even though it doesn't do anything with it. So what in the heck is up with this? Let's take a look at the demo real quick. Text input. Let's take a look at filtered text input in the demo. Here. Okay, and this is the default. So by default, so in this sample code, it's not actually using the version that has STD string. It's using a buffer and a buff size. So we have a 64-byte buffer size, and we just pass in its address and the size, and then it uses that. If you want to use input text with STD string or any custom dynamic string type, see imgui_stdlib.h and comments in imgui demo.cpp. Hey, what's up? Yeah, so I'm a little confused about this. I think let me take a look at what's inside of that header. The fact that it showed up in my IntelliSense tells me that I've actually included the file, or the header that I need. Like if I go back to the actual inspector code and uncomment that, if I control click on it, it will bring up the declaration in regular imgui.h. Or no, it didn't. It pulled it up in imgui_stdlib.cpp. Hang on. Well, that's the definition. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, so actually the declaration must be in imgui.h, but I have to include the stdlib.cpp as a compilation unit, and that's where the linker error is occurring. Let's find the other input text, just to confirm that that my headcanon is correct. Oh, I guess not. I'm doing all right. What's up? How are you doing? We're actually making quite a lot of progress with the content editor. We can now drag and drop and double click files to open them, so I can just open up a scene file to open up the scene file and drag and drop the scene file to open up the scene file. And it's gone great, actually. How are you doing? That's interesting. So it is actually in imguistdlib.h. So why did IntelliSense suggest it to me? Because I didn't include that header. Oh no, I did for something else. I can't remember what it was that I needed it for. Do I still need it? Let me try that out. Let me try commenting out the stdlib stuff. I'm wondering right now if I added it for something else and never got rid of it. Yeah, so that compiles just fine and links just fine if I comment out the imguistdlib. So this suggested only because I already included it and forgot to remove it for some other reason. All right, let's, which explains why I have the include here, but not the CPP implementation file. Because what I must have done is I must have included it in the CPP file for something, and then forgot to remove this line when I removed them both. All right, so that'll be CMake for the engine, and then we will do imgui. We'll add. I'll do it down here for the moment. We'll add vendor imgui. Oops, that's not how you spell it though. imgui /miss/ what was it? stdlib.h. Right. Should you do the undo redo thingy for the editor first? It seems like it'd be better to have it done before the other things. Well, I am putting that on the back burner for now. I don't think that there is a huge advantage. There's a good point that I don't want to be getting too far into this before having to add the undo and redo, because I'm going to want to add them into like a command queue or something like that. But these are like the first couple of things. The first couple of commands that we have registered. But yeah, we're going to need to be thinking about that soon. But right now we're just getting a content browser working. And then when we get to doing undo and redo, we simply take the open and close scene file commands and turn them into something that's compatible with a command queue or with the what's it called, paradigm. There's a programming paradigm that I'm forgetting the name of off the top of my head, but command pattern, that's what it's called. Yeah, we'll be dealing with that soon. So anyway, we're adding the CPP file, and then I actually do also track the vendor headers for the sake of CMake tools. So we'll add that here. I think those are the correct paths. Engine, vendor, imgui, miscellaneous, imgui _ where's stdlib? True type, text edit. imgui, miscellaneous, oh, under CPP, okay. Here, and then stdlib. All right, what's in this README? Input text wrappers for STL, std string, Scope to .h. Okay, yeah. Cool. Save, reconfigure. Cool. And then back to render a 2D. We've got the don't we? I thought we had the IMGUI header in here. Oh, sprites has a header, right? Sprites, we've got EP IMGUI, we've got the regular IMGUI, the internal, and the stdlib. And now that we've got the stdlib going, we can do the code we were trying to do before. All right, moment of truth time. Build all. Everything's built. F5. All right, and then let's open up a scene file. Select an entity. We've now got this texture field we can type stuff into. If I drag a file of any kind into it, we get its path. Good. Okay, that's pretty basic, but that's the first step. We're going to want to make this relative to the content directory using the virtual paths. So right now it's literally just pulling in the full path of whatever we have open up over here, which is fine. But I want to, when I go to work with the inspector, I want it to receive the virtual path. And probably the same thing whenever I drag and drop it anywhere in the engine. So if I'm dragging and dropping the scene file into the viewport, or a mesh or a prefab or something like that, it'll get the relative to C. So it would look something like this. C/, oops, I gotta say. C/ like that. I guess I gotta play with the flags a little bit. My impulse was to press escape to confirm the entry, but I actually set it to be enter only, and that's, I don't know, I'll play around with that. But the idea here is that we're getting relative to the content directory, and this is the path that you can hard code into your game if you want, because that's going to convert into the correct path on any system. And because it's possible that we'll want to have game systems and components reference stuff that's inside of the user data folder, like this, I think I do want it to be a full virtual path instead of just this, for example, or something like this, where it's literally treating the content directory as a working directory. And then inside of these fields, I can do a red text or something to indicate, while this is a path, it's not using the virtual file system, so that folks can spot when they're not using a project file. I'm having to think through this a little bit. Because something seems a little weird to me when I say C/whatever inside of a path field. Like, that feels a little bit like it should be. I don't know, maybe it's something I'll just get used to. Let me open up the other engines to quickly inspect how they do their paths when you drag an object reference. Like, do they do anything special? It's these little details that you don't really think about when you're actually using the engine or whatever, but it can make your day a lot nicer if you're using a tool where somebody's actually thought about these things. We're nearly on 4 hours now, so I'll be wrapping up here soon. Okay, so this is a test scene from Unreal. I was playing around with third-person controller stuff in this one. And actually, this is a very old test project. I did this in like 2015, I think, and then I just installed UE5 on this computer, and I just looked for projects to open and opened it in there. But taking a look at its details panel, so here's a reference. So a reference to M concrete poured, the material. It doesn't indicate a path at all, actually. It just indicates the name. If I wanted to see it, though, I click the Browse to Concrete Poured in Content Browser. It finds it here inside of starter content / materials. Now that's interesting. So in the case of Unreal, it doesn't even do paths, and that makes sense, I guess. That might be, maybe that's why this looked so weird to me, is that these other engines don't even make the path visible. Instead, what I would do is I would search for the asset from here, and then wherever it's located, I could load it up. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And Unity is still Unity is still loading. It's been 2.5 minutes. There we go. Yeah, I'm not really clear on what's taking Unity so long. The thing that it's getting stuck on is the initial domain load, so presumably it has to do with starting up the .NET layer. But I don't really understand what it could be stuck on. This is a simple as balls project. It's like really simple. So it's only got a few things that it needs to compile, and it generally compiles C# stuff on an as-needed basis anyway. So I don't know. Maybe there's something in like the starter content that I've got loaded up here that's taking a long time to initialize, but I don't see why, because none of it's in use in the scene that we're opening. Anyway, so if we go to select an object, I'll put this on the side again. We have a similar thing going on. We can click on the item and it'll show where it is inside of the assets folder. Actually, this is a default material, so it's not actually representing a file. But if I select something that has a texture and I click it, then it'll reveal it inside. It too doesn't give you the path. If you try to edit it, if you double click on it, it'll just take you to the thing itself. It's like a direct link. Clicking on the little circle there gives you the object picker, which again doesn't give you file navigation per se. It just gives you a list of all the assets in the scene or the assets folder that matches your filter. Okay, so I think that makes sense. So I'm actually not even going to worry about what the path looks like here. I just want it to be receiving a virtual path internally so that your code, when you're making your own custom inspector, can simply pass that into a file API call, and it'll work on every computer, every platform. Okay. Eventually, we'll have a content picker widget, so I can click that, and then you click the field, and then select the texture I want, for example. But we'll worry about that later. That's a tomorrow Michael problem. All right, so that's enough brainstorming. On the sprite inspector, then, or sorry, on the content view here, where we do the drag drop source, the file path.data now should be processed. So let's find a good spot to do that. Okay, so this is where we get the file path. So we're iterating through the working directory, and we are getting every file in it. We convert the path into a U8 string, so that's a Unicode UTF-8 string. We replace all the backslashes with forward slashes. And I guess the only places we use it so far are when we open file in editor and when we do the drag and drop payload and when we set the current path. So if it's a folder, we double click on it, it'll set the current path equal to that path. So setting the current path equal to file path, I think this is an indication that I should keep the file path relative to the current working directory, at least until this point. Inside of the file if case, though, this is the block where we actually treat the file as a file and not a folder. I think I'm going to have a alternative path. And we'll worry about performance later, because right now this is hitting the file system every frame, and that's not great for performance by any stretch. Eventually we'll cache this, but for the moment, I'm just going to do it during the regular immediate mode GUI stuff. So we'll, inside of the file section, if it is a file, we'll take the path and make it relative to the content directory and prepend with a C. So this will turn it into a virtual path. Right, so this will be, I'll just call it virtual file path. And this we'll need to do some logic to convert this. So current path is initialized to be get content directory, and get content directory technically can still have dots in it because it can be initialized by the EP project file. So in here, we set the redirection for the data of your project files. So that can include dots, like it does for the data save and temp folders. So I'll need to consider the redirection. Do some sort of file system watcher thing, I guess. Yeah, that's the way to do it. The quote unquote correct way, because like one of the huge advantages of doing it every frame is that you implicitly get an update every frame. You're checking the file system to see if anything's changed. But you want those changes to be visible in here without hitting the file system every frame. So on Windows, you have there's an API called change directory. Trajectory 2. Trajectory. I can't remember what it's called. I use it in a couple of my projects, but basically you here it is, find first change notification. And basically you just tell it the path that you want to keep an eye on a background thread, and the background thread will sleep until there's a change to that location, and then you can tell the main thread or tell whatever other thread that there's been a change. Really useful. And there's a macOS version as well. I can't remember what it's called, but I've done this before on my hot constants library. It watches the file system on a background thread. But yeah, so we got a virtual file path. I'm thinking I might not want to do this part right now because this is probably going to be a bigger project than it sounds like. I can't simply remove the current directory from the front because it's possible that I'll have like paths with things like this in it, which would which would break up the string of the current path, but still represent the location of the current path. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna call it a stream and deal with this later. We did get quite a lot done today. It's just that I feel like this particular step is going to push me well over 4 hours. And we're at 4 hours and 5 minutes now. So I'll do a quick note. I'll say, not there, but here. We'll say I'll say pick up here. To virtual, and then once we have the virtual path in a form that's fully portable with the game code, then we can use it instead of file path for the drag and drop and for the file open code, because this will produce data files that are compatible with a shipping game. But sweet, I think I'm pretty pumped actually that how quickly the content editor is coming together, considering how slow some of the other features were to develop and finish. Yeah, just being able to do things like, navigate and, have dynamically sized icons and, double click a file to open it. Like that's so much nicer. You'll just do that and then, do that and so on. It's starting to look like a real tool. By real tool, I mean like a mechanism to make things, not a crappy person. Sweet. Thanks for joining me. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll be back on. I'll either be back on tomorrow or the day after. See you later.